Stop it! New update. Oh god, whatever they did actually fixed things. I don't have to fuck with my filters. So, now, it's funny where I have told where the story actually is. So, I haven't streamed this in a while, but I still actively play it. It's one of those I told you so moments where it shows. I kinda hate it. I don't have an urge to pull either her or... Thank God she's being given away for free. Both of these are going to be hardcore passes. It's just like that was a pass and that was a pass. I mean, Sons of Caledon now effectively have 6 characters. 7th if you're going to count Big Daddy, which I know is a character. They'll say he's not a character, but we already know he's a character at some point. Soldier 11, right? But what I called the origin story for both A and B and this one. There's a reason I said this. A and B, so her model is equivalent to the adult version of Bronya a long time out, right? She's the adult version of Bronya from HI3. The thing is, you can always tell a character direction, what they're gonna do. It's kind of like HSR. Silverwolf is basically Hacksaw Bunny. Look, the last thing we needed was a S and... Now, I was hoping she was going to be a fire attacker. Apparently, we're wrong. It's the HI3 problem. We need Bronya to be relevant, but we don't know what to do with her. Except, this game, there's a problem. I was a very early proponent of Anby being stunned, and I slowly realized, after 4 patches, stuns are fucking useless. Controversial take, I know. Because Mihoyo keeps teasing us with stuns being relevant. They are not. We force it. Let's put it this way. The call of the metagame that I made a long time ago was anomaly and support were going to be better, followed by defense. Because here's the funny thing. If I said these two characters are similar, not because they're both furries, the jokes aside, is when you look at their kits require... Now, she does have hidden potential, but no one's going to invest this far. Okay. Though, I would be very, very curious. Now, I will say, if you do skip this banner, don't skip Bernie's. You're a fool if you do. I already have Bernie's. So the thing about her is she is off-field physical attack. which touches a heart, touches me in a special place in my heart, because very Teresa-ish from HI3. Very much. That's what makes Teresa still a best all-around unit to this day, and every time you see a Teresa, her effect lingers, basically. She is her whole thing. Now let's assume electric attacker, right? Now, if you're talking electric attackers, you already have her and you already have him. People seem to forget he exists. Even as an electric attacker, Quan Yi was, hell, I actually lost a 50-50 and I got her. Basically, what? Vivian... See, I don't even want to pull Sniper. Sniper is fire stun. Sniper should... And this is a hot take, and I do not know why Mihoyo chose this. She's Onyx. Right? She has no teams. Currently. By teams, I mean she has no teams. She has no team affiliation. She was always the odd one out in the beginning. And I called that too, and I'm like, that's going to be expanded upon. Her style is very similar to this style. So, her story is very similar, but the problem is this Ambi still suffers from the same problem, but a different kind of problem from original Ambi. Here. Now, give or take, one stun and one's attack, right? One's still a 4-phase combo. Which, give or take, it's a thoughts, right? Lighter, I passed on, because what? He came on the heels of, let's assume, thank God we got him free. Thank God. Because this is the team that's going to age the best. I mean, December for Mihoyo players was pretty bad. You had 5.4 in Genshin, which was the Archon, followed by the other one that I just barely missed. Like, this team here, like, Yanagi, you could say wasn't good. I don't know. I didn't like Haramasa. Haramasa's different. Grace is a strange one. But this 1.6 feels like a pass to me, at least in the new characters. Ambi has the problem of... I'll demo her, so you see why. I can demo her too, because, look, she's assuming you do her combos. This one is assuming that you have her as off-field. Now, if you can find a way to exploit her off-field, both of these characters have no places outside their respective debut teams, and with Sniper incoming, you might be able to shove her into another team. It's kind of the same problem Ellen has. Like, we need another good ice character, but we're not getting one, so to speak. We're not getting a very good... Our selection of ice... Like, if you missed Miyabi, good luck to you. Pray to God you get an ice between now and pray you get a Shikaku, and you're going to be pulling for Hugo. Okay. Her mechanic, okay, a fire, right, is going to line up with Vivian. Okay, Vivian is going to come with Hugo. And that's going to be in the Mockingbird team. But the reason why I'm waiting, if I don't pull Hugo, I'm going to pull Vivian, is one reason. This is because of her. Astro Yao is going to have to be rerun. Thank God they stick banners like 30 days, so to speak. Astro Yao is off field. Hands down, one of the best units. She single-handedly has rewritten metas. Now, she serves the role. She filled a role, and I'm not saying she relegated Zuyun to a background role, but Zuyun is still. I mean, you got a full Aether team. I expect her to be pushed out eventually, but bear in mind, she still is good. Now, the problem with Vivian is going to be the first Aether support. And at least the leaks on her are showing. Now, I will say there is a perk to her. Okay, there's a perk that the first. You see this, and I wish they would go back to the prior to these. Hold on. Equipment skills. By the way, she's really fun. Of the original, she was always the one that I liked. But she has no place. This whole... She has no place due to... I don't know what it is, right? It's hard to describe. Ellen requires a lot of on-field support. So when you look at the description of, like, people like her, let me see if this is in hers. See, she's pure ice, by the way. That's usually... See, I know it's on Seth. Hold on a second. So, early Ambies, right? Ambi, like, she just deals electric. She does not deal physical. Anomaly buildup. What makes Seth one of the better ones... Yeah, it might be down here. He deals both physical and that. Ambi does. Yeah, so Ambi does do it. Take that back. But this is what made her. And she still is useful to a degree. But to be fair, I don't really use her. Like, it's the problem of Quinn Yi was basically nerfed. It feels like stun is really nerfed. But if you look at basically her kit, let's see, her kit does... Yeah, see, her and Ambi are identical, by the way. Just so you know. Not because it's the same model. Her kit is almost 1 for 1. And bear in mind, Lighter has the problem he's a fire support. Look, Ellen is on her first rerun. I feel bad for the people who got trapped by her. Now, she herself. Now, she has a drawback. Yeah. Okay, yeah, there it is. She has a drawback. She would be a really good unit, or agent in general, to have if she had one thing, and that was physical. She does not have physical. So, a lot of people, if you have extra, they'll pull for her. Basically. And this is a problem. Palacro, her. Well, she's a physical, anyways. Physicals have been in a weird spot for. I probably say since about 1 point. They're the element that is there. Because I swear it's the same team that works on HSR. It's literally the same team, I want to say. They want physical to be good, but so far only, I'll be honest, about 3 physicals are roughly used. Everyone roughly has. No, not her. I could see her cracking the Pantheon in the physical team. Nekomata, like, even Jane Doe. Here's the thing about Jane Doe. Jane Doe I don't use a lot either. I mean, technically if I have to, I will use her. But she herself, right, it's not that she's bad. The thing about Jane Doe herself suffers from a problem. A meta way down the road, she will be useful. But right now, it's all elemental. Like Bernice, prime example. I was a very big proponent of pulling everyone from Sons of Caledon. At least the main ones. Piper, Lucy, and Bernice, and Kaisar. Kaisar is probably the fastest days. Lucy is still one of the best fire units, and we'll see if she remains that. These were the initial releases. Now, physical still has the thing of Piper still makes the round. In basically what is CU defense. But bear in mind, if you do need a physical lineup, you do have the physical lineup potential. But the problem really is you have to get her to C6. Like, my Billy is C6. I never liked Billy since the beginning. These two have no place. I would say likelihood of it. Fire's also been in that weird one. Lighter's just another S that everyone never asked for. But she will show up as, like, she is good enough to consider, but I do not know if you push her to C6. If you want to push her to 6, so be it. I have a prediction. Every physical character shall be part of a lineup. Seth is part of every electric lineup known to man. Like, Sniper has a really weird gameplay as well, so to speak. But Ambi's story, it's funny how she is slightly better Like, her style is an easier style to mimic and take care of. But there's an issue. It's a filler card right now. And I might have that moment, a feel bad moment of not pulling her. But then again, her team affiliation doesn't do anything. Her team affiliation, hypothetically, even if I take into account, let's say, Astro Yal's team. Astro Yal's team is Stars of Lyra. Right. She's a team. They're a team unto themselves. Now, arguably, I would hypothetically say she was going to be the last pull I ever wanted to do for a couple. Because she's fire and attack, basically. She is fire and attack. Which I would say arguably. By the way, I'm not a huge fan of this mode. It hasn't grown on me. It doesn't matter in the other one. But I'm just going to talk over and do this anyways. Rhythm games have never been my thing. I hate these modes. I've never liked it when every other Mihoyo game has done it in the world. And you have to remember the controls, but... I know I screwed that up. But I'm stuck here till I get out of this mode. There's an await. So, the problem is a lot of it is you can always tell, like, I'm not saying the trap will come in with Mihoyo. Like, the thing about, like, supposedly, it wouldn't surprise me if we get a run. So, supposedly, we are supposed to get a rerun of Zuyun. Now, hypothetically, if you do anything, you do pull, and you have Bernice, you likely pull Bernice engine. Now, that's a good time, because it's the Genshin strategy. Which, I should not screw that up. But, now, hypothetically, right? Genshin is about to get into a rerun cycle as well, because they've already confirmed over there Capitano. Now, that's its own issue. They've already confirmed Capitano. But then again, it makes more sense to drop him there than drop him anywhere else. But ZZZ's problem is Hugo's likely gonna get pulled because of ice. I mean, him and Vivian are supposed to be sisters. Well, not sister, but Vivian's his sister, I should say. Basically, Vivian is his sister. She appears in this story. Which, And we have already seen their Bang Boo, but then again, technically, I don't know if you call them a vampire, right? His theme is a vampire. That's actually... So the idea, right? Don't go for high scores, but Vivian being off-field support as well. That's actually Vivian. Vivian's going to be off-field support. Her kit's already showing, unless they change it or nerf it. It's just going to be different. It's going to be the same. That's unless they do a nerf between the release, which I think they may do it. They might get around to doing it, but that's a very rare. Now, here's the thing. It's not that I shit on Soldier 11 or Sandy, as someone called her. It's not a unit we asked for. Now, if you asked me years ago after playing potentially at a stage of a game, that she wouldn't be a regret pool, mark my words. Because there's a good chance she will age like Esperania did. And to be fair, run set. I forgot. Orange. Blue. I can't think of their name. It was a Bronya that was revealed to be evil. Oh, I'm intentional. Not intentional. And it's one of those that she was meta for a long... I hate myself for that one. She didn't serve a purpose. And there's a big problem. Basically, they're asking people to pull on a banner that no one's going to pull on if you didn't give them a choice. That's a pathetic score. God. If there weren't a bonus, I probably would have lost. Things you do because you have to do them. Often, by the way, I was really wondering why you didn't see, like, there's the funny part is I wonder how many people passed on this event. I wonder how many. Because the thing about it is, I really do think this was probably one of the, I would say, least played. I mean, story-wise, it isn't the worst. It's drawn out. But 1.6 looks decent. But it also confirms the... She has changed hers because she. By the way, see, Rita's like. See, lighters serve no purpose except for an extra drop. By the way, that no one asked for. Like, no one asked for lighter. Lighter was an S drop for jumped in for was it right after? But then again, I do not know why they didn't move 10 Soldier. They want like 10 Soldier to have their own story. I mean, but I can understand why. But there's also a team direction. Which in turn... And it's a problem where the side story, like, it's a good story for Anby, and it makes... It's also, we've suspected Tops is bad for a while. Like, technically this is the far future. So, the suspicion that... Like, there's also, like, 3-4 other characters rumored. This is not the Idol team, either. People have seen sketches of... It's probably people in 6.0. Ugh. Interesting. Look, she has a style that I have never... Look, she has a style, right, that is... Look, she grows on you as a person after a while, if you look past that she is... Then again, look, some people like her style, some people don't. Me, it's like she's kind of grown on me, but I still find her style cringe. But then again, welcome to all Mihoyo games at given some point. But the problem is 10 Soldier Anby, and actually she has a really good animation. Because what I do like they do in the direction of the game, though, is storytelling. Like, actual storytelling in the game is one of the, I say, the best Mihoyo games. And the fact they did actually show blood, that is a step forward. Because people forget HI3 was one of the last games you either saw blood or death. Now, granted, we're going on a year of, like, second year of, like, I want to say 2.0. We're going on the second year of 2.0 over there. But yeah, so I'm curious about the story. Basically. Like, if this game going forward goes dark like I think it will, like, they pull it back to the point because the story of the world is very much one of those where we're going to get to the point where it's going to be a dark story. Like, it's going to come when they start explaining the Void Hunters. Now, the Void Hunters, to me, are where we're going to need the explanation. That's going to be the weird one. Because if you... I mean... The thing with Mockingbird, supposedly, right, is... Mockingbird is that organization. There's something in the trailer, too. I suspect it, but they probably won't drop it till about 2.0. So if TOPS is the actual bad organization in the world, because if you look at the... Because they kind of, if you go off of what all Mihoyo games do at some point, they dump you off in the... Arguably, I would say it's a darker story. Where there is death. Now, Tin Soldier Ambi's story, if you've not seen her animation, it's sad. Like, I figured she was a clone. I mean, okay, see, so what Mihoyo does mostly now is when you have multiple characters, they are very much the case of where it's... They repeat the character, but you're not... They don't intend for it to be the exact copy, but it always goes back to a prior. See, I do well on these right until you get about to the mirror. Till you get about to the, either the mirror or the breaking. But the only reason I'm doing this is because I need to, because I will forget this exists. Now, I will say, you can go back and replay these in about... What is it? Like, often... You can go back and replay them anytime. That's a good part. That was a feature put into HSR. This was a feature put into HSR. Like, if you don't complete the event, you're just... It's not like HI3 still has this. They bring back it about every year. And that's fine. But a lot of this stuff, right? I messed that one up. Now, if you go into the story, now it'd be easy. Like, decide. Now, do I care for the fighting? There's an activity in this one. It's literally, you can tell it's a very Asian game. It's the one where you kind of know they put it into the work. It's... God, I can't think what it's called. It's a very popular stream game, but it's right at the tip of my tongue. But yes, Tin Soldier Ambi arguably will... It will be interesting. They're a pretty hard pass for everyone. But Bernice isn't. Shouldn't be. Now, people who do save, there's a philosophy to save. Ish. Shuffle order. Futurism. I'm debating on, like, pulling on actually... If I go after my luck that has been every single luck for the last probably 6 months, I lose my 50/50s constantly. They did it. I hate that they did that. I hate that. These are the ones that always screw me up because they always do that. Because you gotta remember, because there's a beard order. It is distinctly different. It's bad on muscle memory. Where E's always have screwed A's will because it gets like super easy somewhere. So the concept is like you always will have these modes. But once you realize it's happening, it's good. Then you have to resort to it. It's also why I've never liked OSU or the... But I know I did that. See, I told you this is where I screw up. Because it's muscle memory. And it's very different controls. They do this on purpose, but... The Bernice, right? I mean, Bernice's main engine is probably good to pull. Because it's like it's really the Genshin strategy. Where you are pulling for it. Where you're not intending to. Like, that's... I know if I lose these too much, I get fucked. You have to do these right if you fuck them up. Now, while these are fun every so often, I hate them. They put these in HI3 once, and I have never liked them since. Anyway. I hate it. So I would say, right, because I need to try the, see, we do have a new one, like the new set. Yeah, see, these, if you screw these up, you are very screwed. This is like Guitar Hero and steroids, by the way. Some for easier for others, but worse. And you play worse after a while. I may just say fuck it and come back to it another day. Ugh, this is always here. I've been doing this for like a couple of hours. I kind of want out of here. I do. I do. I just want out. See, I know the moment I start becoming twitchy, I need to stop doing it. It's the problem. That moment I become twitchy, ish. You stop it. Some content, you. This was part of that New Year's celebration. But arguably, I'll get to it. Like I just want to get to the point. I get to that. See, Mockingbird is tied to okay, so Mockingbird is tied to his story. Okay. So Mockingbird and Hugo is tied to Lycon's story. But you could still roughly replay. And it doesn't surprise me, because we knew Hugo was a character, like, way back when. Usually every major character, arguably in any Mihoyo game, is always a character. Like a villain or sorts. But Vivian is Hugo's sister. Now, arguably, honestly, it depends on how it goes. Now, don't get me wrong. Ellen's character, really good. Or Elaine. Ellen's character is really good, but she's not the style. In Hugo, so I've already think in the last part, it has Mockingbird's story is going to be in part 2 of it. I just want this event done. I think I'm out of it. I think I am out of it. I do. Thank God. Oof.
I just came back from...
What happened?
No, nothing really. General Chop just mentioned that Soldier 11 hasn't come
See, Trigger is... Here's a funny thing. Why is Soldier 11 herself whilst everybody else isn't? Really, she keeps getting employed. So she disappeared at the... Well, technically, this would... So Trigger is her name, right? She's the support for,
I am the Eye of Obel.
I could be wrong. They could make her Team Obel. I take that back. Hold on. I want to see if they can confirm it. Okay, so I'm wrong. She's gonna be Team Obel. Okay, that makes sense. She might actually be worth pulling. Might. Fire Stud. But she also has Aftershock. Her equipment to date. Why did you give her this outfit? Why do you give her the optimal?
I've got your back.
Oh yeah, so she's gonna be... You know what's gonna be weird? She's gonna be Team Obel. The second member of Team Obel. But Tin Soldier Ambi is gonna be remaining by herself. That's far worse. By the way.
I'll protect you from any danger.
I've been in the process of trying to get the last parts for her. But even then, she's still pretty good.
Asset confirmed. Preparing to move out.
And I'm not sure who. Hello, Ben. How are you? So, the idea, right, is Elaine... I mean, Evelyn is very...
Relax.
Why did that screw up? See, ideally, if you had Soldier 11, which some people lost their gambles and did, Soldier 11 has been in since the beginning, so she will be the second in Team Obel. Now, Evelyn, arguably,
I've got your back.
preferably... Now, the ideal combination would actually be Bernice. Honestly. Bernice I love for an absolute reason. So Sniper does, or Trigger, she does not come out for like another, what? That's still 10 Soldier Ambies, right? She has a very weird style. This is why even I was hesitant. I may not pull her on the first time. I'll pull her on a rerun. So, she is supposed to be a shooting unit. Granted, she could be arranged. doesn't feel right. Did they actually switch her elements up? She was supposed to be fire.
They've arrived at the core.
Hold on. I am going to have to look at her.
Calibrating.
She plays like Grace.
Attacking from our blind. Obscuring my sight.
Oh yeah, they pulled a bait and switch. She was supposed to be fire. The reason why... Here's the thing about Bernice. So Bernice, right, is
Ether fluctuations over there.
arguably one of the highest damage units. Because... So here's how Bernice works. Bernice, when you burn enemies, right, she is ideally a support.
Adjusting for wind.
Where
Evasive formation.
she is ideal a support, so to speak. But she burns on the side. Now, arguably, you do not make her a full...
Target locked.
But I set mine up to be both mainline DPS as well as full support.
Sniper's Creed. One shot. One
Now, that's entirely possible. Because what happens is where
Soldier 11.
Take out that sniper.
Won't let you take her.
so when they run with a mechanic, you see that fire mechanic? That fire mechanic is in Soldier 10 Soldier Ambies. It's also going to be in Vivian's as well.
Increase firepower. Support ready.
I kind of wish they would remove these at some point. These are the worst enemies in the game. And I stand by that. Where... obvious reasons. If I ever said how much I physically lose in time fighting these people, these particular, I hate it. Robots are the worst, and they are supposed to be weak to stun. But they don't stun. Mechanically, they do not work. This particular one,
With the wind. Press the advantage.
they don't work. They are DPS sponges more than anything else.
Soldier 11. Damn it.
Blind snipe.
Release her.
Well, it's in the trailer, basically, or for her for Ambi's character. So Bronya ideally was always a weapon. Ah, see, Cedar Ray. See, Bernice is this. See, Ben, this game. If you don't have to invest a lot in. Like the thing about it is, Bernice. I told you, Bernice. Bernice is you can actually run around her in the world.
Hello.
Is it you?
Yep. Oh, the burger. Sorry. Thanks for coming to meet me.
See, her story is. See, as I said, they have a rather tragic story.
I'm always
Because Bernice.
but
Not Bernice, but Bronya
even though I
was a
can't see
weapon
your face,
They've taken
in HI3. Now, the trailer for her.
I'm just as clueless as you about what's happening. But
So,
you might have heard of me. I'm Andy, the former captain of Silver Company.
so
Yeah, that's me. I'm the one who died in Soldier 11's place. So you should get why I feel responsible.
would you understand if I say I'm still not completely convinced?
No worries. I've dealt with even more skeptical people, but trust isn't gained on words alone. So how about we meet inside the hollow?
Inside the hollow.
I'm not the best with words. Showing me
see, she was made and cloned as a weapon.
you just need to see me.
See, character direction, right? Ideally, you can always tell the designs are going for, who they're modeled after. So here's the thing about Ambi. Ambi was always mysterious. Her and Soldier 11 were always identical. Okay. Her and Ambi were always close. The trailer actually shows her backstory. Now, if you see this is Ambi's original design, and you saw Soldier 11, she was basically the same. Her and Soldier 11 arguably have the same style. Now, usually, I put 90% of the time is always the same story. The trailer itself tells her backstory, as well as the early for Soldier 11, where I do it pretty much. I thought Bernice would be a good offset to Sniper. I'm wrong, because they don't tell you who it's about. Now, I have an issue. Ambi's combat style has not evolved well over the game because she is designed as an electric stun. Stun characters.
Let me take a good look at your movements.
I gotta remember how to use her. I wish I could use. I wonder if they allow me to use mine. Mine would be better. But I am too lazy. So she is designed to have a combo movement. Now, there is a problem in her kit. Now, arguably, she isn't. And I can already spot that what they use her kit for. It's something we fixed early on. So stuns haven't aged well.
I won't be able to show you my full combat abilities.
So Bronya's form over HI3 evolved as well. She started off as a basic, like, support. See, my thing is
My parts are one with the wind.
Fracture!
Fire support ready. I see now. There's no mistaking it. You really are that Anby.
easy convincing.
Fighting style is a raw response on life and death situation. You and Soldier 11. The way you fight and use ether. It's nearly
We're sisters. Assuming that sisters means replicas from the same blueprint, that is.
So the rumors circulating in the military about Silver Company.
How much have you heard?
Only that Silver Company no longer exists. But biologically creating soldiers in mass quantities. How could that even be possible?
From what I know, besides intelligent constructs, everyone is born biologically. Delivered by so making one isn't much different from making 100.
Was that supposed to be a joke?
Yeah, my jokes never really hit the mark. Sorry about that.
No. I'm the one who should be saying sorry.
Because, see, Bronya was originally a weapon.
They could use replicas as cannon fodder. Then why still risk human lives?
I was trying to say it in a more
Because
diplomatic
what's funny about this world is, this particular world is very dark. Like, it is about as dark as HI3 put together. That is a game that I have played for a while, but I haven't caught up on.
Costly is that, as for the inferior ones, they were deemed as disposable.
She is the 10th version. Just so you get the idea. The trailer is traumatizing.
Always someone with an agenda, trying to use us. I won't forgive those people. With Silver Company gone, their evil technology was lost with it. Or so I thought.
Silver's revival. Soldier 11's abduction seems linked to this. As far as
And Soldier 11 is the last copy.
What are you thinking about?
if they truly wanted to secretly revive this technology, they wouldn't need to take Soldier 11 at all. I know my squad mate. All it would take is an order from up top, and she'd put herself on the operating table without a peep.
Really? So, that's how she is now.
She's the model example of a loyal soldier. Isn't that how you remember Soldier 11?
No, I never knew a Soldier 11 in the past.
How could this be happening? There shouldn't be so.
I recognize this formation. We once used it to battle a theory.
What?
It's another legacy of Silver Company. Back then, we had a brilliant sister who excelled in strategy over combat. Let's handle this. The TWCA Type 3.
So, Anby has always had more mysterious origins. Now, if you read between the lines, because they still have to play friendly with China, they have to be fair, so to speak. You cannot go full HI3 again, because it isn't allowed. Because HI3 largely had a very dark storyline. And by the time they concluded the main one, yeah, you kill off characters, or you are telling a story. Because they play it off the lightest as humanly possible.
Not one for nostalgia? I'm starting to understand you more now.
With Soldier 11, largely, always struck me as...
Reach its mark.
Target confirmed.
Now here, like, once you master combat, it's a lot better. Arguably, the problem is, you... certain things, like Anby's good against, either A, you remember her own attack, she isn't off-field, where it's what... But also that point where if you... her stuff is tied to dodging. See, that's why I said her initial... I had to retrain. Look, honestly, I have not touched my Ambi in a while. I am... It's pure muscle memory. See, Trigger plays like Grace does. Grace has a... no, Ben. Not really. See, Ben, largely this game is how you set the character. There's still one left.
What is that?
That's the old Silver Squad uniform.
Depending on the character, right? You can design a character how you want.
As expected of Captain, her skills, they're still as sharp as ever. Truly remarkable. I feel honored just being her defect. Silver Squad can't be without its captain. Ouch. Give me some meds, eh?
Because if you see Anby, the idea is like...
You're the worst of any defect. I know you can't talk, but is there something wrong with your nerves? Seriously, I have fewer and fewer parts of my original body, yet I feel more and more pain.
But this is also a world where...
Understand such a complex question, would you? Because you're an idiot.
See...
Enough. Stop making that miserable noise.
Ooh. So she took off parts of her body and clothes herself.
So, they call you Soldier 11 now, right? What a hideous name. But looking at you now,
But Soldier 11's model is exactly adult Bronya.
and pitiful. Aside from that, I'm nothing like you, and I need a complete body. What? You're asking me what happened? But you should know what happened that day. It was the day you weren't there. Captain Annie traded herself.
Yeah, this story gets... They are basically... It started about the last...
Did it have to be you? Why not me? They were all dead. Heaps and heaps of when they found me. My limbs were severely corrupted. I couldn't move.
Yeah.
I couldn't fight back. I used to be a soldier, ready to defend this city. Hey, what do you think you're...
So, Aether Corruption is what largely... Yeah, it's all those Aether bubbles.
Soldier 11 is being held captive here.
The plan?
Shh. Let's discuss it over there.
There's a lot of storytelling in between if you don't catch it. A lot. So, there were 11 soldiers created. Because what I instantly drew, because as I said, Bronya was made as a weapon. See, Soldier 11 looks like the adult version of Bronya, which is The time skip version. And then Anby's personality was very similar to like early launch.
This place is.
I sensed the frigid air from outside.
So she was supposed to kill the defects. Now her animation, like, it's called Death and Rebirth. Where it puts a very innocent take on her story.
Someone's entering.
Don't worry. It's dark here, and the machines are.
Soldier 11, wakey wakey. Do you enjoy being pampered? Because you're the youngest sister. Oh, that won't do. Get up and play with me.
And what happened is when they deployed most of them died. Except for Anby. Now call that a dark twist. And she was like one of the last ones left.
Good. That's my girl. Now, yes. About how some kind scavengers found me without limbs. Such kind-hearted folks. They sold me. And unfortunately, my ignorant new owner couldn't see any use for a limbless worm like me. So I was sold off again. I was treated like merchandise on the black market. Sold along
Oh, yeah.
with gangster stuff and
This story, I called it. The problem is when I knew they executed it, I was going to be curious how they were going to execute it.
That's when I realized we Silver Company soldiers weren't any different from Bangbu. Just made of
Quinn Yi is
the only real
describes herself as a Bangbu. She's no different because she's a Gnoid. Full Gnoid.
And that's she bought me as a trophy girl. Cut me open and operated on me, checking my internal organs by hand. Anesthesia doesn't work on us. You know that, right? So it hurt. It hurt like hell.
Oh, that is... I can't remember her name. Cook. Can people fucking be toys? There's always a character. There's always a character tied to Branya's story.
She told me
No matter what happens, whether it's HSR or anybody,
and received mechanical prosthetics.
and
Nothing too fancy.
they call her, it's a
My memory.
Kuklina?
My brain is
Kukulana?
as remained
Modeled after a Russian.
I remember.
And depending on the game and how she's depicted, she's like,
Give me some income
CHI3,
using my
what's her in HSR, she has the same depiction.
because this is my home. So, do you like my plan?
When did you notice me?
My little puppy spotted you a while ago, and I instructed her to rate you. You know, Captain, I'm actually glad you're here.
Give her back, and then we'll talk.
If you want her.
Now you can change the way you design characters. Certain characters have templates. Like, you can alter a way a character works. So, in theory, most of us change the way if we like a character. Like, Genshin has the same way. You can alter the way a character works. A character has one main template. Like, just because a character's an attack does not mean you cannot give a character defense.
My bullets are one with the wind.
That's why I hate the template for Soldier 11 they use. Template for Soldier 11 is off. Like, by a mile. Like, if you see her design, they have her designed as a stun. Ambi's design is as a stun, right? Meaning, she was the early prototype, not for Discord. Discord was a second generation of it. She is the design to Daze. But she almost has an attack animation. So you design her a mix between.
That's the Captain Ambi I know. Cleaning your knives with the filthy. Don't give me that, idiot. Now you're worried about whose side I'm on? Our side of... I created you, so you never saw Captain Ambi in her prime. After everything I've been through, I thought I would have forgotten. So, have you ditched the uniform, Captain?
Twiggy.
I'd keep it as pajamas if I were you. It's nice to reminisce about the days of glory and agony, isn't it?
I never knew you were still alive, Twiggy.
Yeah, I was always the worst at fighting. But I survived. It's only natural for you not to expect that, Captain.
You're not as terrible a fighter as you think. Your sharp mind makes up.
Yes, you said something similar before. You're right. I am. Sometimes I wonder. If I were sure, I might be sharp. But there are different kinds of smart. Growing up in Silver Squad, I had no street smarts. Competing for profit. Seeing through these I had to learn the hard way.
You've been through a lot. Is that
I don't need a reason. At least not one to
I'll see you.
The
You
only
have fun,
person
by
I
the way.
can convince is
Give
my
this game a try. Give it a look. It's free to play, by the way.
you know better than anyone? So
evil.
I'll also help you with designs. A lot of designs I've had to steal from other people, but to be fair, some of the designs I've kind of... You can't one-for-one duplicate a character,
should not continue in our
because a lot of it's RNG. Because
Burgers, watching movies, working a job, and going on dates. You know I care for you, Captain Ambi. Whatever you do, I won't hold it against you. But that doesn't mean...
You know where I am. You know where I live, what burgers I like, what movies I watch, and who I spend time with, since you know. You're
see,
welcome.
she had to learn become human.
I'm your captain. I'll personally deliver the punishment you deserve, and then seek redemption with you together.
Captain.
Because she has a very... That animation for her story...
Greater mistake.
Not that they just released for 10-star... Well, they call him 10 Soldier Ambi, is what her name is. Hits like a truck. I mean, it doesn't do her character justice.
Fortunately, I found you before things got any worse. I have so much to just abandoned.
You sicken me. Like I said, just save the foolish talk.
It's not mush. And I hope you'll get used. Let's go, Trigger.
Well, they do open the door.
Go contact you-know-who. Ugh, cut the crap. You think I don't realize I shouldn't cut the middleman and contact the client directly? Look at the mess we're in. The junk she's brought won't fix this. Our best shot is exploiting Andy's inner weakness. She's let go of her most lethal weapon, her daring and ruthless fighting style. Now she's like a hired gun with if I can handle her if we exploit that. But I need to keep everything.
You've been diligent, little Twinkie.
Stop calling me that.
As you know, your research is crucial. You're just like me. We're here to foster hope. Of course, I understand.
See, there's actually a story with Tops.
Certain issues can only be resolved with sheer
Tops is going to be the main enemy because, in theory, it's Tops that had to deal with.
sense of
So the idea is New Eridu is built upon tech. Why hollows exist? Hollows are like extra well. So Fairy is not the only person similar to. It's a computer system. It's not the only one. Now, it's so weird they make Soldier 11 looks weird. Like, she shouldn't be as weak as she is.
You're awake. How do you know?
Great, you're awake.
Soldier 11? Is that my name? It sounds odd and could easily get confused with another number like Soldier 161051. Only a fool would call herself.
I can see you're doing much better now.
Her memories seem jumbled. The injuries might be more serious than they appear. When a Silver Company replica is severely wounded, their memories are often the first thing to fail. Even me, all those years ago, there was a time when I couldn't remember anything.
Is that so? Then what about your combat skills?
Would the Defense Force abandon her if she couldn't fight anymore? Well, I know we wouldn't do that. Roxy,
Yeah, having one more mouth to feed won't hurt. It's nothing compared to our monthly electricity.
That is a joke to the
Karen,
game.
another playmate.
You know how short-handed we are, right?
Karen?
There you go, trying to be funny again. Guess that's your unique charm, manager. Jokes aside, I can't vouch for the Defense Force, but I can promise that Ogle Squad won't have
I see. Well,
It seems you and Soldier
Well,
11
technically they would kill her off or they would change her character.
In that case, warmth, comfort. Ah, right. I should get her not so fast, Ambi. Burgers aren't exactly Soldier 11's favorite. Oh, they're not?
You're supposed to know this, but no one's recruited her.
it seems Trigger already left to get it.
You'll probably find her near Waterfall Soup.
Yeah, don't worry.
So, the funny part is, right, with like. Now, technically, your main characters have.
I got Soldier 11's favorite. I couldn't see of the news.
So, Space.
Oh, that's the Soldier 11 I know. She would come to 6th Street. She rarely talked about anything other.
Did she ever?
You might not like the answer. Soldier 11 has never brought you up, but she seems fixated on a certain betrayal. Apparently, someone very important to her that she admired greatly, Vanning. The person left without so much as an explanation. In the military. Does any of that ring a
I have nothing to say. Even if
Oh, her. Like, there's a good reason. Like,
Trigger,
What?
tell me, if you were me,
If I were you. Yes.
that's what I thought.
But
see, like, her stories,
that's
like,
the point.
her official story is dark as shit. Nice as well he put.
I'd let her know that her
Trigger, you're really amazing.
That's all you have to say.
Yeah.
Now, no one ever said they're not gonna do. I never said they weren't gonna do a S and B.
But we have more pressing. What are you planning to do?
I'm heading back into the hollow to put that evil tech must never but before that, I want to
Apologize? But given the current state of her memory, she might not remember it afterward.
That's the idea.
Wait.
Yeah. That's the best choice for my cowardly side.
Seems like it's really weighing on your
In
mind.
that case, I need you to
Prove something?
prove that you can take good care of Soldier 11. That's the only way I can hand her over.
Well, there's
to
also a
my
dark
comrades
side to
without harming
Mihoyo as well. It's mostly their fan base.
Alleviate
Every
all your
fucking
worries might
person
be good
ships
for me
people
then.
as lesbians.
I understand.
I hate that part of the base.
I'll prove that I can take care of her. Now then, let's head back.
Every single
After
time.
all, we don't want to
9 times out of 10.
noodles for our patients.
And it's mostly the weird degenerates. But usually it ruins the nice side stories. Like, every reason there usually has a reason people are the way they are. At least this game, suddenly. Like, the idea that... And it's weird if you think about it, like... She has met, like, her before. Like, that's the crazy part. Like, they pull this story right after... Like, we have met Soldier 11 since the beginning of the game. That it comes down to, like, part of the story with your black cat, whatever you wish to call it. I named mine Bassett. Go with your name so you can figure that one out yourself. Inky is the cat that you have to do the long quest for. You meet Soldier 11. Now, reality of the situation ultimately is 10 Soldier I mean, there's a reason why you don't have the story. I'll show this. There's a reason you don't have her actual story. Where... Now, I warned you this isn't exactly the squeamish. Because when they actually tell her story, like, these tell the backstory. Because Captain Anby was probably the first we knew of it.
Number 0, standing by.
Where?
Awakening sequence ready to begin.
Where?
Rise and shine, Anby.
Because she is the first.
Replica number 0, awaiting your orders.
That was her initial. It's cold as ice.
Target training module complete. Data collection complete.
Good girl, well done. This is why
Like,
you're my favorite.
that's why I said this was
Well then,
dark.
Let's move on to the final test. Now, end your own life. Understood. Replica 0. Following orders.
Not for the squeamish.
Her stats are
You don't have to imply.
and send her to field training.
It's the look, don't tell. It is the show do not tell method.
Anby, this is an order.
Replica numbers.
Now, they're not conveying this in her story. Which makes me sad, and if they don't.
Anby?
She chooses to kill herself.
We miscalculated. A machine without.
See, they didn't drop this until a day ago.
Good thing we haven't disposed of number 11 yet.
We'll use her instead. As for the defect, just dump it somewhere.
The same they did to Twiggy, apparently. It's the show don't tell method. Again, as I said, I fully...
I have a feeling there's a hidden treasure around here. Whoa. Is this supposed to be my treasure?
Now, I mean, it ends happier compared to the original. Now, if you go off the original intent, arguably, of that story, you do not want to imply. Like, they are setting this game up for her. If they execute it correctly, and arguably I will put better storytelling than what we will probably have in a while, I might like this feature a little bit better. Granted. I have my favorite characters. You don't have to run around. Like, you have your favorites for storytelling wise. Whoever you have. Now, usually I'm more attached to... Look, I have my favorites, depending on who. Kaisar is still one of my favorites. Now, don't get me wrong. Queen Yi's, like, early characters have better development. Grace is very mid. Now, the thing about her, a lot of these characters are largely inspired. Every game, by the way, has a Raiden Shogun. Or a Herrscher Thunder Mei. Every Mihoyo game always has a Kiana, a Mei, and a Bronya. And a Himiko. Every game. Now, the Himiko in Genshin was revealed with the Fire Archon. Everyone's speculation for the Tsarina is that's going to be Bronya. HSR has the Himiko, the Bronya, and the ones already. Which is already there. One of the first leading. But she is the Mei that was finally promised. She has not disappointed. That's why I said the world's pretty good. But that storytelling is dark as shit. That is one of the darkest storytellings I've seen next to Miyabi's story. Actually, I do not know the outcome of this one. I usually look these up. See, like, her story is tied to the Sons of Caledon. There's a whole hidden meta to her, too, by the way. just for the record. I didn't know you would have a Miyabi on this story. Because Miyabi's story is pretty dark, too. See, her story was the last one explained. Like, contrary, she doesn't have a robotic arm. At least in theory, we don't. Like, it's an armored arm. Now, if they fully explain the story, because it's like a samurai, highly contended debate, though. It's because of, she has basically, it's like, her backstory was 5? Yes. 1, no. Yeah, 1.4, which was December. And it ties back to a fall of it ties back to what is a fall of her family when they were attacked by ethereals. So in this world, they actually thought they could create unlimited energy. But instead, they wound up creating a shit ton of dimensional portals, so to speak. She is thought to be but she is the first Void Hunter. Void Hunters are arguably the first of the Hereshers, which mean that's actually how you know they're following HI3. Does it work? So what happens is she basically like she has childhood trauma at her core. It's arguably the darkest one next to, this is the second dark, like, now only if 10 Soldier Ambi could actually be as good as having an actual hero, which they may, like, they may actually give. Now, I mean, I don't think it's going to be wise to keep doing redundant characters again and again and again, because HI3 kind of had that template because you had 3-star people. You had like 4 character templates, maybe 5. Kiana, Mei, Branya, Teresa. There was Himiko till they killed her off. Then you had a 6th they introduced, which was Rita. 7th, which is Fuha. Where every character was a spin-off of that character at one point. Wrong way up. Every character ultimately winds up being a variation of them. I mean, it's not as bad now. Like, even now to today, they still follow that, and when they, I don't know what the actual answer. That was a trust increase. Understandable. That is a fat cat. I have never seen that cat here before. I have actually... It's one of those funny things when you actually walk across an area. I answered this wrong in the first place. No, I actually got this one right the first time I went through here. Let's say I did that. Now, technically, he's the alternative. Now, trust is the other thing. Now, they did change a lot of these. Right? So, a lot of the quality time events were the dates for like the longest time. It's more or less just you meet them in some place. But as I said, a lot of these, like, to me, no. You get like the other. I passed on light because lighter is if I ever needed a fire stunner, but you can't ask me to have a look. Stunners are a meta that if it comes, we will find out. Stuns are not. Let me show you. Okay, so characters, like to answer Ben's question. Look, I have never liked Billy's gunplay. Annoying character to the core. Never liked him. Never liked his either. Also too much JoJo in his character for me to ever use him. Ben was one of the very early tanks, but he never gets used. That's why he's never leveled. So, every character has a base template. She is designed as a stun, basically. She's like one of the first one that's actually given to you. I think most of the characters are free. Her, Billy. It's just the S's you have to wait on. Like, I changed how hers was designed. Like, let's assume it's an attack. You put more... Now, you do have the people who play this game by math. Like, all stunners are gimped by an attack, quite honestly. And they all really depend on how these roll. The RNG with these determine what you can do. How much it's like Genshin. Genshin has the same issue. Anby, the best we could do with her is convert her. Like, I just want to give an idea. Stun was one of the first teased. Notice stunners have almost identical stats. But here's the difference with stunners. Stunners you think are good and have a place in a meta, but they don't. Because they are like 3 or 4 button combos. Now, Quinn Yi is still good for it. But that's because part of her kit. Her kit and Miyabi's kit were both used. Now, if you're good with messing with it, you can get more attack out of her. Now, an attacker is theoretically designed to be a glass cannon, according to them. You will notice attackers have high more attacks. Like if you ever see a chart in defense, but the way they design them is they want them to be whatever. Now, Jane Doe is a little bit different. Now, I need to work on my Jane Doe. I need her stuff above 1,000. It's like, I'm not too happy with a lot of these. This thing needs to go. This one. But one day I'll sit down and restat her, okay? One day. Farming discs are not. Farming disk drives are really stupid. It's a pure RNG, basically. Now, she'll have more of an attack once I get this leveled. But I haven't leveled that. Because, well, I say that, then I do. I want to know where I picked this up at. I picked this up somewhere. I'm not sure what to do with it. I have an idea. Fine. There we go. That cleans that up. So, you level up the engines, basically. Now, Jane Doe, in one hand, it's the way you design characters. Now, arguably, this one is base attack and anomaly. She is part of anomaly metas, so to speak. But the physical anomaly meta isn't there. See, what's funny is now certain characters follow stuff. Like if you get a disc or an artifact, like in Genshin, you can change how a character functions. Evelyn, her movements are very vital. Now, I would feel bad if I miss her because of one reason. She's a fire attack. But she has a unique, she has a very, very unique style. Like, the reason why I said she grows on you as far as a team, basically. In a way, she's tanky. But you have to understand about Nicole. Like, Nicole works like she is your... So, we only have, as of now, 3 Aether. 3 Aether. That's it. 3 Aethers. Every one of them is valuable. Now, one was Astroyel. One is Zuyun. Zuyun is going to get a replay. I think in 1.7. Don't quote me. And Nicole's always here. Vivian is the next one. Now, the funny thing about Astroyo, she's probably get butchered that. Most of us call it Astro. See, Astro, yes. Sorry, I call it Astroyo, but this is my old problem. Ignore me. She is one of the best. A lot of people either skipped her, or there were actually people talked about skipping her. You're foolish if you did. You could, like, she's not redundant. Aethers aren't redundant. Vivian is the next Aether. But I still would not pull for Andy. Sambi is, I don't know, Tin Soldier Ambi. We'll have another name for her. Ambi's template just doesn't feel right. Like, her base is crit, right? Tin Soldier Ambi is roughly the same as Soldier 11. You gotta ask yourself, do you really care? She has a high anomaly. They're roughly the same build. That's base. Now, you could do it if you don't have an electric attacker. Pull her. Ellen Joe suffers from the problem. Okay, so there's a secret that I never tell people in this game, and I do not like it. Now, see, it's like I have... You'll see a lot of tier lists. They don't tell people. When you go look at characters... See, I lost... Okay. One of my early 50-50s I lost. Jane Doe. I lost a 50-50 with her, and then I pulled her in the one following. Which is weird. Now, it's more predatory. Lycon, to this day, still has no places in teams. At all. But he's ice. The premium ice dealers are still Shikaku and Miyabi. Ellen Joe can be, but she's an on-field. The problem with Lycon... See, Lycon's story is going to get expanded in the second half of 1.6. Hugo is the main enemy, because Hugo is tied to his backstory. Now, he is single target. She is very much tied into the same formation. Nikomata was in the initial wave of physical, but her stuff is all tied to dash counters and assists. So, surprising, not used. So what it is, I'll probably pass on her. Go for Sniper, maybe. Maybe. But bear in mind, that's a big maybe. Or triggers, she'll be known. And then I'll wait for Vivian. And I suspect Vivian is the top of 1.6. I could be wrong. They could do Hugo first. But I highly doubt they'll do Hugo first. But bear in mind, she's free. She is free if you do the story. But she herself has one particular problem. See, the good thing is you can always demo the character. You can always tell if they're good or bad. You could always tell the characters. At least they let you demo them. See, the thing about Bernice, right? Bernice, it's about 20 days. So what are we looking at? Season's 45 days. So, this is the Abby they're talking about. Now, so, she has a very similar attack to the original Anby.
Despite a bad ending, once the camera stops,
So,
no one's really gone.
you know how it's White Thunder? See, they call hers White Thunder, right? So her stuff is tied to, like, what do they say? White Thunder, which is the second part, which her stuff is tied to what you call an aftershock. Now, so she has her other. So her being an attack, she has a largely base. Now, hypothetically, she is very powerful if you do not have a... Now, here's where the problem lies. You need 3 stacks of this. Which, if electric attackers, you already have one, you don't need it. But, assuming you missed, now assuming you missed the anniversary event, so to speak, for the game, you did not get Section 6. Now, I'll show you. You'll see about... Let's see if I can get hers. Okay. What you will see is... Hard work. Okay, so she is an off-field, right? I always screw it up because I play too switch style. She is an off-field physical. You'll blink, you'll miss it. Right? Her idea is... But it takes a Mindscape 6 to make her really good. So, she herself is a very iffy unit. Where she will show, right? So what's the other one? So Bernice, right, by herself. Bernice has been, like, she has not been in since what they did Sons of Caledon, which was 1.2 or 1. Let me see. So 1.2. Look at actually, who was 1.2? Yeah, no, 1.2 was Quinn Yi, and at the end, Jane Doe. 1.3 was Kaiser and Bernice. So Bernice was the first model for elemental burn-off field. Basically. Now, so burn-off field, right? Now, the way she is used, right, is that burn stays on the field longer. And it's very much used. So when you see it and you switch, that fire and physical stays on the field. Now, the thing about her is why she has always been good, is people were like, we're not going to pull for her. You're foolish because the problem is she was going to be big for a while. See, Piper gets pulled more. Lucy herself is a support that... See, she's actually... I have to check. I think she's in... Now, see, Piper has been in the physical charts or CU defense for a while. Where... Now, ideally, I use Kaiser, I use Lucy, and then I'll use the other. Because it's usually fire and physical that go together, depending. Now, the problem that Lucy has... See, Bernice's whole reasoning is she's the archetype that leaves the field burning. And if you build on top of that, she is the best fire unit. Now, a lot of kits you find out prior. Now, the other one, of course, well, granted, it's her. She's the new one. She's a stun. So, now she was introduced as a villain, so to speak. Now, her ability is Hunter's Gold. Now, here's the thing. She is useless without Hunter's Gold. I've already tested her, so in multiple ways. So she has that. Now, you have to build it up, switch her out, and it builds. Now, it's funny they always pair her with, like, Nekomata, but... I did this right the first time. So, the Aftershocks is something new, and I think Hugo might have it as well. So, 10 Soldier Ambi has it. Give or take. Now, this is what I said. Nicole has a style where she just spreads corruption everywhere. Well, that whole, like, little bubble, it grows on you after a good little bit.
Is our prey giving you perfect shot? Make it fun for me.
But if you switch to her, you lose it.
All right, I'll take over.
But you have to keep track of it. And it goes from a 6 to an 8.
Stay focused.
Wanna try my massage? It's no good for remembering.
And see, Neko Mod is that weird one that she's been in since the start of the game. She is tied to a... You don't think to do a dodge counter with her? Her moveset is tied to dashing and dodging. It's like Lycon. Lycon has... Her entirety has been tied to that. Now, that's not the best formation. A lot of them, they use the worst formations you would use. Again, Ben is Ben at the end of the day. I want to check something. Oh, so they took Lucy off. Ah, so they took Lucy off. And they put her in her place. Okay. Screw job. They may give Lucy out for free now. Because this was supposed to be Lucy. Now, ideally, if you keep up, like, these are ideally designed to deal with, like, the difference between the engine I use see box cutters in this one. This is going to go to the regular pool eventually. This is the one that is supposed to be used with her. That's if you can get it. Now, I could pull for it, which I might. Depends, really. I mean, I'd probably save everything for Vivian. But, give or take. You know. It depends on how far you're pushing. Because CU defense is clearly the other one. So. Yep. But that's why I said I do have one issue with how they tell a story. But yeah, that's Soldier 11's. That's like Soldier 11's story. Hold on. What I want is a special episode. See, this is where you learn about mockingbirds in this story. Till your memory fades, that is the story for ice and ether, huh? Wonder why you do ice and ether though. Because that is such a
Nicole? Well, look who just... I'm sorry for leaving without saying anything. What's the use in punishing you? If anything, I'd prefer some compensation. So, how do you plan to make it up to me? I'm waiting. I'll give up my favorite burger. From now on. Hey, that's more like compensating General Chop than me. That won't cut it, huh? Then...
to be fair.
Come on. Nekomata's usually the one who's squeezing in between you and me. Show me some... I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll... Oh? Yes. And I'll persuade Billy to give up his pay too. That... Wait a sec. Are you trying to tarnish our reputation as an honest business? Forget it. You owe me big. I'll tell you what... Nicole.
Technically, she runs in debt.
It doesn't matter who you were or what mess you've gotten into. The cutting hairs doesn't need to be a burden to you. We don't need you to shield us, and we won't intrude when you need space. You're not the only one here with a troubled past. I just wish you'd trust me more. Otherwise, I feel like I'm a total failure. Sorry. Once this is over, that's my good girl. I know. By the way. Oh. Yeah. There's a woman who looks like me. She wears a Defense Force uniform and goggles. I think she should be pretty easy to spot. Piece of cake. On average, finding a cat takes us 3 hours, 14 minutes, and 8 seconds. I'll contact some of my sources.
See, Nicole has a whole backstory. See, their backstory is inherently tied to the Sons of Caledon. But we will probably find out later on.
It's been a while. Yeah, humans have 2 legs, so 2 people can lay on their lap. At least. That's our boring work. Here you go. Oh, a dog. Nah, stop being dramatic. Turned out super ugly. But I don't look like the... No, it's exactly like you. It's like your little twin. You want me to carry it? Yeah. All right. Now let me do something for you in return.
Yeah, the Thyron thing is weird.
Once things settle in your...
So the big thing, right? So I'm curious how they will end the story, because it's weird. Because the telling they want to tell is probably the idea you're not going to go with. That's a fat cat, too. Fat calico, really.
So,
Sorry, Abby.
are you...
Are you speaking to me? You seem familiar. Like I've...
I'm... Anby. Does that name ring...
No. I don't recall anyone named Ambi. Sorry. Maybe we dark environment to attempt a theft. Public security office isn't far from here.
You sure know how to plan.
The video store manager taught me all this. I'm just a good student. Anyway, I think I did a good job.
Yes. I had a great time. Still,
It's not the kind of
Soldier
date
for
you.
ya.
That's not the kind of.
Soldier 11 is important to me. I don't ever want to lose another squad mate. You can focus on the matters at hand now, and if you prefer to stay out of it,
See,
right.
technically these.
I have faith in you.
Thanks, Trigger.
What's this? Doll.
it's...
Please, keep it safe and
Don't worry. If it means
thanks.
it gets chilly by the river at night.
Well, to be fair, that's a weird squad makeup because that would put that fire and electric. Fire attack and an electric stun. What? Now that I think about it. Like, that's going to be the weirdest team. Like, who would you put as third on Obel Squad?
I remember you from
It's Andy. Just Andy.
Sorry. It seems my memory still...
I can help with that.
You can help?
I can tell you what you've forgotten, Hareen.
Hareen. Is that my name?
It was your name before you were Soldier 11. The name I knew you by. Back then, we used to find nice-sounding words to call each other. The higher-ups were aware, but didn't intervene.
I don't like that name. It sounds too weak for me.
Yes, you've said the same thing before.
So what exactly is this Silver Squad? And who decides who's qualified or not? There's a lot I don't understand.
Sure, I'll explain it all. Just allow me to do what...
Huh.
Allow me to... There were many things I didn't understand then, and still don't understand even now. All I know is that we were used as pawns in a power struggle within the army, and in the end, they chose to keep only one replica.
And that was you, Anna? As you said, you were considered the top performer.
I'm not Anna. That's someone else. But yes, I devised an operation. A suicide mission. No one was expected to return alive. My name wasn't on the list for deployment. But the night before, you went too hard in training and got...
Did you survive the mission?
Take a guess. I saw my squad mates buried in the rubble. The memories are all a little foggy.
How could they issue such a ruthless order? Sending their own soldiers to die?
That's the point, Hareen. Are we humans?
Well,
I
technically
assume you can
clones.
also issue combat orders.
Because there's arguable that
When
the.
you send a squad of explosive bamboo into the enemy base, do you consider their...
The Bangboo aren't humans.
That's what they said too. So, they ordered Silver Squad to their deaths. But since you are still a survivor, they ordered me to execute you.
Did you go through with it?
What do you think?
It appears you didn't. But if it were me,
Would you have followed their orders?
no. I would have executed the officers who issued that suicide mission.
I fled. I offered to exchange my life for yours. And then fled.
That is opposite of what the animation says.
Feasible option. I knew that once I was gone,
That's true.
Seems like I made the right call. At least I got to see you again. If I were to hate everyone who hurt us. So, eventually, according to a movie Belle loaned me from the store, this is where only then did it dawn on me that many people. So, I'm sorry.
Why apologize? According to everything you just told me, you didn't do anything wrong. I'm crying.
It's all my fault. I was the captain of our squad and responsible for everyone. But I let you all down. If I weren't a coward, I wouldn't have waited until this moment to apologize.
Forget everything? But that's impossible.
Silver Squad soldiers who are critically injured have their recent memories wiped within 24 hours. Yours is about to reset. I can't keep avoiding this, Hareen. I have to face our old squad mate. I don't know, I might survive. But if so, just forget this conversation.
No, Ambi. You're being selfish.
It's almost midnight.
Ambi. What is this place?
Your name is Silva.
That's cruel. That is cruel.
Sorry. I'm at...
Ambi,
What do you mean? Come on, don't hold out on us. Are you sneaking out on...
Those two aren't human either, to a degree.
don't try playing cute with us. Didn't I tell?
Plus, Ambi, if you've really been working on yourself like you said, then you should learn how... Even if that were the case.
Oh,
But the lone wolf in the...
There's a story to the siblings
means anything.
that it's hinted at in the last,
strategy then?
well, 1.5.
You don't have to do it for free. Just, but right now...
It has to do with the creation
I won't.
of Hollow Zero, or the institute they were a part of. That
Long time no see. Replica number 0. Silver Squad. Captain, I thought I'd never see you again.
So, if you don't get that, that's a cruel story. Because
So, this is what you were like back in your Silver Squad days, Ambi? Old memories are coming back.
so the idea, well, I mean, it's like
He was reliable too.
it's like remembering it. So very similar. They were created as soldiers, basically. And the thing is, they designed them as a pure... So it's a cruel thing. Like, of course, for like the game, if you don't read between the lines and you don't realize that... The thing is, they want to walk the line between Genshin and they want to walk the line between... I want to say largely between, like...
I never expected to one day be the one guiding you, Proxy. I'm heartbroken. You're no match for me, whether I bring help or not. Twiggy, we both know how difficult it is to create a silver soldier capable of engaging in combat operations.
Well, yeah, like most would die. I'm actually gonna just drink a second.
What if
Didn't need to. What?
there's one thing you're wrong about? I've already done it. I've achieved the conditions for it.
Well, shit.
So weird. These Ambis. No, these people. None of them seem to have any fighting abilities.
Weird. These people don't look.
Twiggy,
there's a thing that you see. It's a theme with the tops where they are linked to the hollows. This was hinted at I want to say during 1.5 story. See, like I think 1.3 stories, like it tells this. Well, 1.3 told the story of the sons of Caledon. I forget 1.4. 1.5 told the origins because it introduced the first Void Hunter. Void Hunters are the main ones that fight the giant hollows. That is why she can fight on a higher level. Now, Tops was revealed. One of the Tops officials. They were after the Haramasa blade. Not Haramasa, but the blade that Miyabi's family has. Because it's linked to a white hand that rose up and created the hollow. Now, there's something key at the end of that animation, which I don't think Mihoyo is going to rush, is the one hand blows up or creates an aether explosion that the siblings survive, which is Wise and Bell. They have eyes like either Bangbu or they're enhanced humans. Now, a lot of speculation is, but they are well, they call themselves Phaethon, or Phaethon, or that's like linked to a Greek myth. Goes like to the myth of Pegasus, or you fly too close to the sun, you wind up dying. Or Phaethon. I would come back to me. Sorry, words are not my friend today. Or names. So, the idea, if that is the overarching story. Now, granted, as I said, there's a tragic side. Like, Anby's always had a secret. As I said, part of it is I'm like, would they pull the trigger? And it looks like they have.
You are the final piece of the puzzle. We can produce a steady supply of or just think what such an army could do. Nobody would ever dare humiliate us again.
There's also this problem of people become evil in this world. Like the guy who was the police chief, the head over the police, Neps or whatever, he was winding up an agent for another person. Now, there are other Void Hunters mentioned in the lore, as well as other major ethereals outside of the ones from the Withered. There's also about the AIs are key. Now, granted, this is a long-term speculation.
Captain, do you want
This is not my home. I feel disgusted.
I mean, killing all your sisters, put me to death if you'd like. I deserve it for wasting. I mean, killing all those sisters of ours. Whatever you want. I mean, deeper part. Because China has the whole thing, they can't show blood. And this is actually true to this day. They don't like doing this. Now, Anby was discarded. Now, granted, how do you survive bleeding out to your neck, I guess?
Sorry, Twiggy. But now I wish you had died back in the hovel.
I know. I feel the same way about myself. Disgust.
this game actually brings, like, they add more of the realistic.
Doing, idiot! Absolute idiot! Are you I want to protect you. Thank you for letting me.
Oh boy. This is a problem that... Oh, so this is the new one. Oh yeah, bite me.
You. Why did you come?
I haven't forgotten the art of combat. Silver Company formation. TWAN anti-Imperial Mark II.
Now,
The current you.
please don't be the same as the stupid one. I don't like fighting these.
I never expected to be able to face you like this. Soldier 11, formation.
These are the same enemies. I don't like...
Switching positions.
So here's the thing about these. These particular are not a really inventive new type. They teleport. They are pieces of shit. And they are hell on attackers. Fuck you. I'd say it. You know, I knew that was going to be the enemy, though. You know how... Well, they're not inventive with their archetypes. Remember how I said when they kicked these out to be glass cannons?
Long time no see. Replica number 0.
Skip. Skip, 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 skip. Skip, 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 skip. Skip.
So, this is what you were like back in your Silver Squad days, Ambi?
I have to replay this all. Mihoyo does one thing, and it always has infuriated me. Is this something that's like the devs with Diablo 4? And the community managers, do you think they played this game? I have to get this off my chest, because I have played Mihoyo games for a while. Stop designing attackers as goddamn glass cannons. And here's the thing. The enemies at the end of this do 1,000 damage. Like, they'll do 500 to 1,000 damage prior.
He was so reliable, Ambi. The past me was reliable too. True.
That's not enough health. Even if you know how, this is why I always increase my characters. There's actually a reason a lot of my characters I give, like, more defense to.
You're no match for me, whether I bring help or not. Twiggy. Silver Squad is... This is so...
Weird.
Twiggy.
What do you think? I've done something that can stop my...
Get out of here! What are you doing?
See, basically, they're not immune to aether corruption. I have to dodge. And I mean, it's cool you have these cinematics, but they're pretty bad. So they teleport.
You. Why did you come?
I haven't forgotten the art of combat. Silver Company formation. TWAN and Imperial Mark II. The current move feels very familiar.
I never expected to be able to face you like this.
Yeah, see. There's a part to that idea. But at the level I play, like, I play at a higher tier. I hate these things. These, they basically chunk your, they chunk your health. They chunk your health so bad
That's my line.
that it's that bad.
You won't back down.
So the kit they give them, you can use your own. And some it's like easy to dodge.
Don't push yourself. Understood? In position. Wide open.
Affirmative. Why did I subconsciously...
Soldier 11, formation. Nice try.
This is another problem. Soldier 11 hasn't aged well. Kill me. Fucking stupid shit. Watch this.
Witness my resolve.
Watch how much damage they do. That's why I hate. Boom. 12,000 health does nothing. This is why you don't design damn glass cannons. Low difficulty. What tier do you play this at? Like what tier are you supposed to play that at?
So, this is what you were like back in your Silver Squad days, Ambi?
Like, I cannot think of if you have to lower it, because Genshin gets that point of you're lowering it, the difficulty. Because they designed them with basic bitch discs that have 0 defense. So if they take damage, they're taking 700 damage at a go.
Pathway was reliable too. True. Orders received. No need to be so formal.
I'm not in the mood for this. I am not in a mood. That is... I am not in a mood. When combat gets that twitchy, if I get that twitchy in combat, I have to go do something else. I'll probably try it, but... God, I hate those things. Look, I can plow through CU defense. But, like, you literally have my characters tied behind... Like, if combat is that twitchy, like, I hate when they do that to kits. Like, and I know why they do that to kits. Like, certain kits, right? They go out of their way to fuck up. Like, you know, and the part of it is where, in terms of... I have to pull my mouse straight out of its thing. I'm not kidding. The moment it gets to the point I want to go pull something, it's probably a good time to stop right at that point. That's bad. By the way, this is the Egler story. It's supposed to be thematic, but they make them glass cannons, basically. I swear to God, why am I walking slowly? I hate it. Like, CU defense and, like, the tower. Like, I have no love for the battle tower either. But a lot of it stems from a model that they need to inadvertently fix. Now, granted, it's going to take them time to adjust it. Where I'm curious... I'm about to pun. It annoys me. Like, if your solution is to have the pulls for it, you would have thought, you would have actually thought she was designed as a glass cannon. The problem is, Yanagi is designed as a glass cannon too, but that's not how you play her. Like, the battle tower, which is actually the battle trials, are... Oh, that is infuriating. And it's not like you can augment that combat. Either, so it is a... There's a person over there. Lord. Go to the restroom, but I'll be right back, though. I need... Here. But I'll be right back. I gotta do this. I have... I am back. Okay. So, cats need to be fed too. Now, the big thing about that is, look, Soldier 11's had issues. When I mean she hasn't aged well, Soldier 11 hasn't aged well. The thing is, you can design a Soldier 11 to be effective, but her kit, by far, base kit, is trash. Like, that's one thing. And that's what they give you. They give you a base kit. I mean, a base kit does not work in the actual story. Again, it's like... See, good thing, right? See, usually about as far as battery goes, right? I never really burn off energy, so to speak. So, I need to finish off Evelyn's kit. So, if I did that finished off. That's why when I say Kaiser comes back through, you need to pick her up. She is one of the best defensive characters in the game. About the best. I mean, Seth is electric, though. At higher tiers, she stuns. Again, why I say Lucy is a secret meta. People never understand. Lucy is an entire secret meta. It's been in since the beginning. Fuck. See, supposedly they reworked the battle tower. It might as well be called the battle tower, which is the battle trials. That's been their pet project for like 2 seasons.
I'll protect you from any danger.
Yeah. Let's see. Not the ideal stats for her. I feel like her attack is still low. But I need to work on these. Right here. Is what I need to go do. by far. Game too easy or game too hard doesn't really matter. 65, right? This was the Bite Bobby's fight. I'm curious. What's the difference between 60 and 65? 125 merits. Nothing. 2 to 3, 1 to 5, 6 to 7, 50, 2 to 3 yellow discs. Probably would serve me far better. What does it say? Weak to fire. See, Evelyn is a main on-field attacker, basically. I'm surprised. Tell you how old that lineup is that I haven't fought him. No. Kaiser. Lucy. 60 is max, by the way. About say.
Okay, let's get ready. We fighting? Take me.
They definitely fucked up something in the system. But a test something. What's the worst that could happen? Additional.
Good day, Proxy.
Asset confirmed. Preparing to move out.
Fuck. It doesn't work. I was hoping it would work. But it doesn't. See,
I'll protect you from any danger.
you know what, I'll give it a try. I'm curious. I want to give this a try. See if this works. A little tougher than normal. I mean, I don't know if Kaiser is necessary. I usually bring her along for the reason of defensive. Usually.
The best defense is a strong offense. Nice work, Princess.
See, I talked about her the other day. Like, her as far as a character is, like, really good. But she is ultimately... She's her own unique unit. Yep. Get angry, go to phase 2. Yeah. See, ideally, I like Evelyn with Lucy. And Bernice. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. You can go. Oh, God. Oh. That was bad.
Your turn. Ends with me. Nice work, Bernice. I won't budge. And one stab.
So I mentioned earlier about disorder. So disorder was something we found out early on, is when there's two status effects. Disorder is been in the game. That's actually why Yanagi is actually really good. And that's also a reason why Tin Soldier Ambi is probably, or Tin Soldier Ambi, we're gonna find additional names. She's not as good. She cannot create that dual build up. But almost every other, like, wow, that combat's supposed to take 10 minutes? Really? Lord. Now, I'm curious. I am very curious. See, I haven't, hold on. You know, I'm going to test something. I want to test the formation. See if it works. I'm going to test this and see if this works.
Only the brave one. That's me.
I want to test this. This is going to be interesting. Where are you?
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Okay. So she gets it if they're all fire. Alright. Chain attack or the other. I'm kind of curious. Yeah, so she gets that if it's all fire. That's good. Usually support units have a tendency to be really squishy.
A beautiful shooting star!
The best defense is a strong offense.
See, as I say, all the meta teams you usually see. And sometimes the best is the most straightforward. There we go. Quicker. Now, I will admit, if I had her engine, it probably would be a lot better.
Nothing slips through my
Be a lot better. Bernice's engine also would give her more damage. But So. Oh, no. Away from that. Now, that is the move that wipes stuff. That is the one. Damn it, I screwed up that rotation. That's what I was after. See, the other thing I like about Evelyn, though. Evelyn reminds me of Jean. She's like an attack version of Jean from Genshin. But she has the quick attack. Now, see, one of the greatest inventions they added to this game was the fact that sometimes I don't know how I dodge things, but I do. Whew. That's quicker. 5 seconds. Might as well. No, let me see. I mean, that's a pretty explosive damage. Like, for a team. Like, so, like, assist or duel. That's what, see, Bringer, right? Bringer was the boss from the last one. Basically. God, but I do. Sometimes I could do advanced. It's like so weird how I could do advanced combat, but I suck. Or like get me into the stories. I play like dog shit, which is the weirdest. Like, it's one of the weirdest little things. I tell you, don't ask. Like the basic stuff. Oh yeah, no, that drives me nuts. Like, try actually. By the way. Like, this is always a pain in the ass. Like, this is a... Okay, this particular system they brought into this game, I've never been a fan of it. But it extends from HSR. It's like an evolved version of it. So that means 1 week, you farm nothing but Pompey. Oh, that's right. 7 weeks. Like, if you forget your runs, boss runs in HSR, you're screwed. For the record. So, minimally, you have to do your runs. A lot of times, that's usually what I do. But yeah. So, theoretically, right? By 23. Burning Seal. Burning Sunder. You're already at like 50%. Strangely enough, I did level her. I like her though. See, she's really good for what she does. Now, she is modeled off a character in HI3 too. She is Alicia. There's a thing for that one. The question. So I don't need a boss here. Her damage largely comes from disorder, though. See, Grace Howard, right? It's Grace. I think Howard's her last name. Yeah, Grace Howard does. Grace is really good. Like, you see the way Sniper works, or Trigger, she works the same way. But she's anomaly.
Need something? Go ask my colleague.
Like, Electric Attack, surprisingly, I hate him, but I didn't like him at first. But he works.
Is it work time? Is food included?
You use the same ones.
Sokaku, ready.
A mission. Take me along.
So, it's not those. So, largely, I do need more living drives. Eventually.
If you need help, call me anytime.
One more. What do you need? See, I just need to redo my Jane Doe.
Should I use this?
Like, I need to redo hers. Like, I need to redo this discs. That entire disc needs to be redone. And I think I do have substitutes for it. Right here. I need to redo that disc, and I need to redo that disc. It's the weakest part. And arguably, she'll go back to being a lot better. It's the inherent problem. Go to her. Oh boy. I still hate the Ballet twins. Or the Marionette twins. These enemies give you subtle PTSD. Is the problem. Now, Miyabi is complicated in the way of her combat. Now, here's the thing about Astro Yao. Astro Yao is like Robin. Now, the way I play this fight, it's extremely risky. So she's an off-field buff. Gotta be really careful. I entirely missed that one. God damn it. Oh, that will fuck a team up, by the way. She's like Robin, where she gives an entire team up. Now the key is you cannot let them revive. I am not... Move, 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 move.
I swear on my blade. You wanna play with me?
See, I suspect they'll rerun both.
I can also become an
Come on. Neither of you have shit left. So, if anyone ever decides to mock Miyabi, there's a reason you don't do it. She's very complicated to sometimes use, but she is the best unit in Ice. And arguably, she will be the queen of Ice for a very, 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 very long time. Astriel, she proves her worth because what she does is... Why are they acting like that's a critical node? So they haven't redone CU defense yet. What's the period? Oh, CU defense refreshes in a day. Ew. Say ran into a horrible issue here. Right, it's like, do you kill this early? So it's like 300 seconds. But arguably, these are really bad enemies, though. Let's see if I changed. One change. They give an option.
That's me! Asset confirmed. Preparing to move out. It's my duty to protect the asset.
Also, Astra also has a form of combat that her type of a unit allows you to... It's the same thing that makes Yae Miko in Genshin good. Where she can dance around the battlefield with the evade. But Yao basically buffs the whole team. Quickest wave to get through. I do this all by muscle memory. And it's also getting them to where they're not in a bad spot. Good boy. Come on.
Victory, the only option. Yeah.
If I get an A, I'll be happy. I settle with that. Oof.
The best defense is a strong offense. I'll manage things. I'll take over now.
See, attackers are usually like, it's not that you can't turn a support into a mainline attacker. It's just
You should refuel, Bernie. I'll cover you.
probably a waste, but we will find out. As I said, as long as I get an A, I don't care.
Nothing slips through my
The problem is he's taking as high fuck. One last one. Okay, the next one. See, one of those is Polka. Always Lucy that gets beat up. That's close. Whew.
sacrifice won't be in vain.
have an idea.
I'll manage things from here. The best defense is a strong offense. I won't betray your trust.
I'm still here.
I hate these enemies. I really do. I hate that.
Asset confirmed. Preparing to move out.
Let me see.
Only the brave will lead. That's me!
To what do I owe the pleasure?
See, I have her built highly defensive. Plus would Guardian Boar's attack are increased. So you're talking like 10%.
Good day, Proxy.
See, this is where the hard part is. See, CU defense is going to be funny when it flips. So once I get Vivian, Vivian will be a second Aether support, which she can easily slot like it. Like Yao is basically serves the role as a support, unless they have a resistant to Aether, and majority of them don't.
My blade is
See, it's a problem of they design these for... How did that miss that one? Really?
victory. The only option.
you knew how much damage this lineup does, only to be stopped by the bricks that are the fucking scaled up enemies. That are the proverbial bricks. That are the walls. Really? See, a lot of having the bang boos help. See, burning anomaly teams actually. Ooh. Just die. Can't get days on him. Now, theoretically, that should hit both of them. But, granted, there is something I could do. I could go to the noodle shop and get the bosses, which usually I have never seen anything survive.
And the winner is me!
Honestly. I don't even see stuff that's like story-wise or hard-wise that survives this. Ever. Like, if I'm in combat longer than, like, 5 minutes, something's wrong. 5, 6 minutes.
More to battle. To glory!
The flames follow my clothes.
See, that's why that 75 is very scary. Because at the end... It's kind of the issue with Battle Tower, though. Like, Battle Tower has the problem of everything has one health pool. So let's say there's a health pool. Through all 4 rounds or 5 levels, you have to maintain. You have to actually make sure, like, that's the... Huh. I don't know. I don't know. Does that work? Free trust events aren't the worst. If you remember to look for them. Piper I got a long time ago. Some parts. I need to remember to complete the fishing one. It's actually, how long is left on the fishing event? Oh, yeah, it did disappear. Day of Wishes I got. Pale Wasteland. I need to... Wasteland is the current. Overlord Beast I finished. I think I finished that one. Like I say, I haven't finished all of these. See, bury your tears with the past, right? That's actually gonna be... Whew. Let's see if this even works. That may not even be... That scaling may just be that bad. Like... See, you think you have a really goodish lineup. You think you do.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Asset confirmed. Preparing to move out.
if this works. I usually try to do it without the noodles, because the noodles are like the last resort. That's like the shit that you do. Say Monster Hunter where you get the buff. It's a very bad way of offsetting if your damage isn't up. Can they stay together? That would not be better. I wish they would kinda hang on top of each other. I feel more comfortable. For the sake of time completion, but it's one of those one. Ooh.
No room for mercy.
My blade is already
I mean, that's faster. I don't know how much faster it is.
Your journey ends with me.
Really?
Let me at him.
Oh god.
Let me at him.
not know why he is so damn resilient. His thing has more health that I have never. It is the worst. It was funny, he's not even considered a boss. They consider him a minion. See, these are abyssal, like the abyssals that rotate every week in HA3. They get worse. Like, as soon as you think you have a rough solution to the issue, you don't. And they don't behave. Oh fuck, finally got a disorder. See, the thing is, they're not going to rescale this anytime soon. Which... think collectively, these things have more health than a boss at 65. That's the scary part. And 65 is supposed to be tougher. I have no clue why. And it's not because you forget the techniques or the things that make stuff work. They just have that much health collectively. And those are deemed, like, story-wise, like, Shadow Jingdo, by far, is, like, one of the
I swear on my blade.
worst enemies we fight. Ever. See, Pulchera is not even a strong enemy. Like, that's a those are representative of when you fight Pulchera. Like, I can hit stuff that hits, like...
Victory, the only option. No forgiveness. Just don't blink. Another. My blade is already sheathed. I see it.
Well, you're on your third ult. Something's wrong. See, these areas are very scaled up. For some reason. And I have never understood that why. Like, I know why. Like, whoever is the team that works on this game sometimes thinks Memorial Abysses are fun. This isn't fun. This is horrible. Like, either give us another level tier, or it should be 70, or give us, watch the scale. See, the scaling here is weird. But see, this fucker is a tank too. he stays disordered for like 5 seconds. Like, if you are lucky. Like, he has no, like, everything we used to do to stun. No.
Lucy, I'm up. Come on, face me head on. I'll win and a story. And I'll be victorious champion champion. Start right together. I'll bring home the win. Weaklings! Let me share some. There's more to battle. The glory! Flames follow my flame. Victory is in sight. I'll win and a story.
This is why I say with like Diablo 4, like, whenever I have the discussion with the family, like, you cannot create, these things are solid health pools. It's not that he's blocking, he takes damage. These are numbers that put down actual bosses. Like, that's how bad stuff gets. Like, I have never seen stuff that survives this. Like, I can't think of bosses at the end of stuff. That's what's scary. Like, you think the DPS, would you refight a character? Switch out.
So what do I owe the pleasure?
I'll protect you from any danger.
See, battle trials are a combination of a lot of stuff too. Like, CU defense is some up there. It's close. Hold on. I feel like this is the same one. Next one should be 75. Yeah, it is the same. Oh boy. Insane, I tell you. You know, hard content is supposed to be harder, right? With climactic, these things just have more health than God. Like, these are all equivalent to having Nightmare. The difficulties of the expert stories. But you can take these lineups into those, clear them like easy.
I swear on my blade.
Ooh. And I swear at some point they actually rescaled everything. See, like, I can tell they patched this since the one. You always feel it. Alright.
My blade is already. I can also become an Asura.
We don't talk about the iframes these damn things get. Your characters can create iframes, so can the enemy. Which, to be fair, you don't think they do, but and the only other way to get more damage is to farm more discs. And discs are pure RNG. You should be dead. It survives on a sliver of health.
The best defense is a strong offense.
See, they say, I've seen, a lot of people kind of forgot how Evelyn works. Like, certain characters are, like, really strong. It's like, I don't... So the idea of Evelyn has some stuff in her kit, which makes her really, really good. That was really strong. Like, Evelyn's kit. Like, as far as attackers in her off-field, like, she has some things that make a fire attacker. It strangely sets the archetype up for better. better or worse, so to speak. Kind of like Genshin, like Nouvellette literally makes all water stuff look trivial if you don't have it. But this game is a combination. It's so strong. These enemies have so much health. Like the battle trials are insane too. Like this thing's not even stunned.
Victory's mine. Continue. Not even close. The best defense is a strong offense. Final one. One step further. Don't cross the line. That's all you got.
So usually if you have ideal everything, you'd be good here.
Don't even try.
You know what, B? Just a B makes me feel better. Fuck you, you son of a...
Nice work, Brick.
Oh, God. See, some days I'll play this on streams when I'm doing that on streams, but I'll do this in the background. You know, he's gonna tell. Like, it's brutal. Like, this. Oh, God. See, they don't often tell you what they update, though. Like, if you're happy, sometimes people are happy just getting B's from that place. But the problem, what it takes to get A's and S's. Oh, Jesus. Like, that thing is... Depending on the enemies, right? They're just pure houses. Like... If anything survives that many ults, something is wrong. Like, there is no way. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Did Battle Tower get gayer? I want to see if Battle Tower got gayer. So Battle Tower goes all the way up to 25, right? Like, what you think, is it bad? So, by floors, you are supposed to maintain health, right? Of all of these. Just for the record. Like, this is the next one, which is 60. It's here. Like, you have to reset it. And it's not easier.
Take over, Tsukishiro. I'm on. Who's the pathetic one now? Take over, Tsukishiro.
Come back. So if your team gets too beat up, there's no healing between rounds. Like, they designed this to be, like, last the 45 days.
Take over, Tsukishiro.
Like, don't let the 58s fool you. These things are not 58s.
I'll stay on the clock for free, Tsukishiro. Take over. Take over, Tsukishiro.
Wasted time.
Jesus.
You may remain silent. That was 1 in 100. Yeah?
The victory is clear.
Your crime won't be forgiven.
This is a really good way to gauge how good characters are in the in-game. But a lot of the times it's gayer than shit to try to do this. Because when... But the issue as well is, as I said, like, these are 5 floors. Health doesn't reset per. Assume you would lock it to 6. Sure. Again, that's why I don't like these robots. I don't particularly care for these. Because usually if you're only... the problem is that demonized states. In fact,
Don't complicate.
some days I just wish they'd take you out of it entirely. Pith. Fucking pause. I know. If someone exits combat, just take him back to here. It's worse. So you get pissed for like 5 minutes. Abandon challenge. I have to literally abandon the entire challenge. They just go back to being pissed for like 5 minutes. But yeah, I mean, this is the permanent one. Like, stupid. The source of stuff, but... I mean, it's not like the enemies are hard, it's just the stuff they put in. Oh god, that's gonna be a bitch. Oh yeah, see, these go to 50.
Asset confirmed. Prepare.
Want a glass of nitro beer?
Let's just do this and see. I don't care. Oh boy.
Everything's under control.
So yeah, this is part of the update too. It's like you can add another, right? You can add another Bang Boo if you so choose.
The best defense is a strong offense.
In a way, it's like a reverse Elysium realm, but at the same time, it's... And you're telling me that I can't clear out CU defenses, right? Game tells me if I can beat these things in, like, this quickly. Before my full rotations. Oh, Fuck, I forgot that's the boss. How the fuck did that get over there? It's a message from somebody. I will disown the fucker. Let's try that. Let's see, it's floor 5. So run. Some bosses are very Soul-esque.
The best defense is a strong offense.
Come on! Fucking on. Game. Aye.
Only the brave will. That's me!
Looks like I'm here. Hey! Wait for it. Everything to me. Time to shine. Time to shine. Nice work, girl. Let me help out one. Let's do this. Ready. Looks like
Come on!
time to shine. The floor's a breeze.
Jesus. Like, you... Like, that thing should be dead. Fire physical. Why did
The floor's a breeze. I'll keep it first. Looks like I Let me at him. One step further. Lucy, I'm up. Nice work, Bernice. The floor's ready. Ready. And the winner is me.
Jesus Christ. It's got 2 more floors before a save point. That's kind of what you call busy work, though. The fuck is this? Yeah, probably do this and that. Friend wants to go play Division. But yeah, I usually play this, just get my stuff done, but like, oh god, I do, sometimes it does take a toll, for real. See, I'll finish up the story, but yeah, like, I don't like 10 soldier ambies combat. Like, that final story's probably good. There's... You know what it is? It's just... combination that they give you of this, right? They give you that one, and they give you a basic bitch. So... yeah. I will catch people another day. It's not horrible, it's just hurts. I'm kind of curious what the story is, though. But yes, I'll do that another day. But I do need to take a break, though. Fresh. Ow. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna be good enough. And that's the problem. But we'll see, though.